Hey, Wolfkinson. Also, hello, people in general. Gonna get this show on the road in just a moment. Just waiting until the official 1 p.m. start time before I actually start anything. Alrighty. 30 seconds off is close enough to get this on the road. So, let's get this hub created. Enforcing a minimum HR of 13 so that people can join for whatever it is we end up doing. Passcode is 0215 because today is February 15th, at least over here, and that's how we write it over here. And there's the hub ID. I disagree, Wolfkinson. America and Japan both go month first, then date, and I feel that makes more sense. Because saying 15th February sounds to my ear like there's more than one February. And there's also the fact that if you say the month first, then you let people know what time of year it's going to be before telling them the specific day. So it gives a little more information in advance. Whereas if you say the day first and then the month, then it's like, okay, it is a 15th. Could be any of them. It gives no information other than where within some month it occurs. So it's less useful than saying the month first and then the date. The two places I've lived, the US and Japan, both do month then date. Where they disagree is where the year goes. In the US, we put the year last. In Japan, they put the year first. They go big to small. We go month, day, year, which, I mean, both ways make sense in different ways to me. But saying the date and then the month. Just never makes sense to me. I'll get a quest posted and then I'll pop up the info again. Starting with the guy in the thumbnail. And if we don't get anyone else within, like, 2 minutes, we'll just go with the two of us for now. Well, either way, I have a day off today, so streaming, yay. That's the main reason this is happening. Like, probably could technically stream on most days, but more people turn up to watch if I stream in the middle of the day like this. I guess I've got a decent European and East Coast viewership. And I mean, if I'm gonna stream, I like doing it when there's more people around to chat. So yeah, days off are better streaming days for me because more people can watch them usually. I need to not forget deodorants because we have got a stinky monkey here. Giving it one more minute before we... Oh, we got Dyer. Nice. Yo to you as well. I see Dyer is showing off having done Bloodbath Diablo CX successfully. It is a neat pigment. Don't know that I would use it. I like blues more than reds, despite having chosen Red Stash and then Redmond Stash as my forever username, I suppose. Alright, let's go. Even though Blue Stash was available. Only reason I went with Red Stash is because it fit in the original DS's username field. Okay. I believe this bear starts up at the beach. Looks like a bear to me. And it's a big one. Okay. I need to relearn how to play GU again. Helps if I'm actually not angled in such a way that I completely whiff. So those who follow me on Twitter know that might know. It was kind of late at night for me, and it was just text, no image or anything. But might know that I recently posted about having had a delightful little development in my corner of the world that is going to have impacts to this channel going forward. And how it involves a specific sequence of 4 numbers, with the most informative number being a 9. And what's going on is I got myself a new PC. And it's got a graphics card in it with a sequence of 4 numbers that contains a 9. I've been playing some PC Monster Hunter World, testing that thing out. And as long as I kill volume rendering, which I'm totally cool with, it takes up way too many resources, and with a few exceptions, most of what volume rendering in that game does is just apply a bluish filter over everything. Yeah, if I kill volume rendering, I can run everything else at 4K, absolutely maximized settings at 100 plus frames per second. Like, we were talking here, I was fighting a Kushala in the Ancient Forest, and the lowest dip I had was 105. It's very, very nice. I absolutely plan to do some streaming and recording using that monster of a PC going forward. And yeah, that's why I need to relearn GUs. I was doing more work. That wind effect, though. Air, please. Originally, I was actually planning to have today be the start streaming with new PC day, but I've still got some kinks I need to work out in getting everything actually stream ready. Like, for one, the thing still doesn't have a hardwired Ethernet connection. I need to actually get a cable for it. And for 2, and probably the bigger thing, is I need to get a new, much longer cord to connect it to my audio interface so that I can actually have a mic connected to it. Because I don't want to stream in silence. I mean, I could, but it's a lot more fun to be able to talk to people. This freaking monkey. It was bad enough when they had Kongalala just farting all the time. But now that it's literally throwing its feces at people, it is disgusting. I hope this thing never comes back. It's filthy. Also, is it just me or is this Congalala on the smaller end? So it could just be the influence of having a very large bear to compare it against. Actually, I guess technically I don't need to get a new Ethernet cord for the new PC. I could just use the one that I'm currently using in this very laptop. Yeah, it's mostly just the cord for the audio interface. Need a longer USB cord. Wow, way to get a knockdown and then a KO during the knockdown. Also, for the record, I am not so financially irresponsible as to just get a 3090 for no reason. Oh, look who's back just in time. I was gonna get the PC to begin with. Had a 10% discount on it, which is nice. And then there's also the fact that my family is very generous and basically paid for the upgrade from a 3080 to a 3090 as a belated birthday present. So yeah. And let me tell you, Iceborne at totally max settings, with the exception of, again, volume rendering, at over 100 frames per second in 4K. It's really nice. Oh, good. The Mohawk's done. And so's the bear. I'm pretty good at getting really close synchronization on prances. time for a completely different bear. And I'll once again just leave the hub ID up until it's time to go. One thing I really wish was possible is streaming in SDR while viewing in HDR for video game content. Because HDR is really pretty. It adds a lot to the visual presentation of a video game. But unless you're viewing it on an HDR display, it ends up in everything getting converted to standard dynamic range anyway, SDR. And yeah, it makes everything either look all washed out or desaturated, or yeah, it's not a great experience. Like, I could play in HDR and then stream the SDR conversion, but that gives everyone else a degraded experience so that I can have an improved one. And I mean, I would like it, but it's just not a cool thing to do, unfortunately. And not enough people have HDR panels to make it worth doing. Wolfkinson, I am enjoying Horizon Zero Dawn gameplay-wise. Story, or like, in terms of character interactions, it's not amazing. But gameplay-wise, it's fun. And yeah, Bailey, HDR is fantastic. And the worst part is it's the kind of thing that you can't really explain to someone until they've actually seen it with their own eyes. And welcome to the group, Crab. But yeah, for those who do not know, the best way I can explain HDR is, you know how on a normal display, the whole display is the same brightness? Like, the image you are looking at on screen right now, everything has the same amount of backlight. When displaying something in HDR, high dynamic range, what they can do is they can have parts of the screen be individually brightened or dimmed. And on an OLED, every pixel can do that. And so to really take advantage of that, instead of, say, on a screen where everything has the same amount of backlight, using brighter and darker versions of the same color, like this snow here. It's got some bright parts, it's got some dark parts, and they do that by having the pixels be actually different colors. For HDR, what they can do is they can have the pixels be much closer to the same actual color and actually use the brightness of the pixel to get the brightness and darkness. And what this does for a game is makes it so that the detail in really bright parts and really dark parts of the image are still preserved, because they still have all of the color data that they would otherwise have, instead of needing to have the color data altered. So bright things are bright not by lightening the color, but by lightening the actual illumination. And it looks like the rabbit's going away, so we can play with this berry off. Yep, that is entirely true, Bailey. And I am running this on, like, the monitor that I have attached to my PC is an LG 4K OLED TV. So, yeah, I get really, really deep blacks, great HDR representation. It's fantastic. But it's the kind of thing where if I try and explain just why it's so great, it's really hard to actually get an image of it in your mind without actually seeing it for yourself. Looking forward to seeing what changes Barrioff gets between World and Rise. Whether they're going to bring back some of the stuff from here. I'd really like to see them fix Barrioff's sliding when the wings are broken. Because in this game, if you break the wings and it does one of its side hops, it skids. But it still remains in roughly the same spot, easy to hit. Whereas in World, it, instead of skidding in the same spot, freaking rolls over even farther away from you. So you can't really take advantage of it. Sure, it's an opening to maybe get a heal in, but it's not an opening that you can punish, which is really unfortunate. Alright, that is a fully broken Barrioff. Oh, another thing about having gotten this new PC, some people who have joined me for streams in the past might be aware that I've said that I would consider actually doing a challenge run in Monster Hunter World once I was able to actually do it on PC so that I could have everything be prettier and have a better reason to do it than just doing yet another run recorded from the PS4 version. And I mean, sure, I could have done the PS5 version. It would have had better loads, would have been prettier, but now I have the option to do a run on PC and have things be as pretty as they can possibly be for such a run. Yeah, I absolutely do have plans to do exactly such a run in the not very distant future. Might even stream it. That would be a fun thing to do. Bailey, I don't have the full specs handy, but I can tell you the most important bits. 3090, i9 10850K, and 64 gigabytes of RAM. Well, your water cooling has mine beat, Bailey. I've got an AIO cooler for the CPU, but that's not exactly amazing, considering tests have shown that an AIO is not really any better than a fan. Helps if I actually press the button and carve. Actually, your dual 2080s, in most circumstances, should outperform a single 3090. Considering two 1080s will outperform a 3080 in all circumstances that don't involve the words ray tracing. And now it is time for crab. Oh yeah, I guess that is true. SLI is becoming less and less supported. To the point where the 30 series graphics cards don't support it from a hardware perspective. To say nothing of what software supports it. I do wish I could say that I built my PC. I have built a PC in the past, and it's a fun thing to do. But in this case, I did not build it. It was pre-built because there was a 10% discount, which basically made it no more expensive than getting the parts and putting them together myself. And, you know, the parts, especially the GPU, are literal unicorns, impossible to find. So, yeah, it was much more effective to just have them build it for me. Okay, crab over there. If I had built my own PC, I would have gotten one with one more PCIe slot, because I would have loved to have an internal capture card. But alas, I did not have that choice, so I had to go with an external one. I always forget how massive this crab is. If I had the PCIe slot, I would have absolutely gone with an Elgato 4K60 Pro Mark II. But no PCIe slot, and I wanted to be able to do 4K60, so I've got an Elgato 4K60S Plus, which definitely has its drawbacks. The inability to actually have live game view on the PC really hurts coming from my Elgato HD60S Plus, considering, yeah, I was able to, like, for example, use my streaming preview to actually play games, which was great in situations where, for example, I didn't have a TV available. But alas, there's 200 milliseconds of delay going from the HD60S Plus to the preview window. And that is a little bit unplayable. If I had gotten the 4K60 Pro instead of the 4K60S Plus, if I had been able to get the 4K60 Pro, then I could have done 4K60 with no delay. Loverboy, maybe. I don't know if we'll hit any extreme deviants today. Really depends. I'm mostly going down the list for now. I'll probably skip a few here and there. I might. I do have some EX deviants unlocked. Don't know if we'll end up doing. We'll have to see. If the mood strikes. I mean, we'll probably at least attempt an EX bloodbath. Just because I want to get EX bloodbath done. But yeah, we'll have to see. Poor dog. Making sure I got all the carbs. Aerial hammer, huh? It's not a weapon style combo that I see very often. Well then. Bailey, I'll do you one better. Bloodbath is not only one of the best deviants, it's one of the best monster variants in the franchise. Like, it's a really fun fight. I like it a lot. It's what most subspecies wish they were. There we go. Well, no, still a little off. Oh well. Close enough. Oh, really? Still at G2 for her? Well, I'm going to stay at G2 for her for a little while longer. Yeah, you bounce off Diablo's horns with purple on hammers in basically every Monster Hunter game. There's very few where that's not true. But if you can somehow manage to hit the face instead of the horns, then you can hit it just fine, but the horns are kind of big. I have found the frog, and so have you two. So, I like that this frog can set up giant freaking rocks. It's a neat way for it to control the battlefield a little bit. I don't like that it can just walk through them. Also, if I'm honest, I gotta say, Berserk Tetsukabra, I feel, is a more interesting change to standard Tetsukabra's basic kit than this is. Like, the setting up giant rocks, it's cool and all, but it's just take Tetsukabra rocks, make bigger, give a couple more things to do with them. It's still basic. And if there was, like, say, Berserk Drill Tusk Tetsukabra, that could be a really interesting fight. Certainly a lot more interesting than this Berserk Tetsukabra. This Drill Tusk Tetsukabra. Did I say Berserk? Either way. Berserk Tetsukabra is also more visually interesting than this thing. I like the green color of its back. I really like how its face glows after it picks up a hot rock. Hey, Dreamlord, sorry to hear that you're having a bad day, but hopefully I can at least provide some entertainment to take your mind off of things. And there's the Gravios. One thing I can definitely say for sure is it does brighten my novice streamer day whenever I see people whose names I recognize in chat. Like, there's a bunch of you who come to basically every one of my streams, and that just feels real nice. It's like we're actually a community. I really appreciate that. Makes me happy seeing you folks come back so frequently. Bailey, think positive. It's not that you're bad about missing streams, it's that you're good at missing streams. All joking aside, though, it's totally fine if you don't swing by for every stream. You're under no obligation. I'm not about to say fun is mandatory. Though it should be. Well, here's the thing, Dreamlord. Even if you did change your name, as long as you told everyone that you were formerly Dreamlord, well, then we'd be able to recognize you anyway. You wouldn't be the first person, the first regular viewer who had changed their name, so yeah, it'd be totally fine. Do what you want to do. Bailey, whether we get a challenge run of Rise after a casual playthrough is going to depend entirely on what the progression in that game is like. Because some Monster Hunter games, the progression is not conducive to a challenge run. And some Monster Hunter games, it's totally fine. Yeah, Bailey, World is an example because, yeah, just the way it's set up with very few regular quests, but technically infinite investigations. Yeah, I'm going to have to modify the rules a bit so that it can actually work with World. Because if it's just, oh, you can't repeat any quests, well then, investigations. Like, I need to come up with some limiting thing. Because, I mean, I'm not going to just be like, oh, I can do as many investigations as I want as long as they're different ones. And then there's also the fact that even if I say, for example, oh, I can do one investigation of each monster, well, then some investigations have better reward slots than others, so how am I going to deal with that? There's a lot of stuff that needs to be considered for making rules for a world challenge run that don't make it too hard, but also don't make it too easy. Actually, I think since they already know where the Narga is, I'll go find the Garug before making my way over there. believe Garuga starts in here. I believe wrong. Ah, Garuga's on the beach. I see. I think that's the first time I've heard standard Garuga's theme since fighting Garuga in Iceborne. Garuga's theme was improved so much in Iceborne. It's so good. I do the same kind of thing, Bailey. When I'm grinding in a game, I'll put on some streamer just to have something to listen to while I do it. There's just something to be said about having human voices on in the background when you're doing stuff. Nice KO. And there's our tail. Looks like the right wing is the only break we have left. Dang it, they had to be coming for me. Well, at least there's no more risk of death here. Had to look and make sure there were no crabs coming for me, because those things... If they were dedicated enough, they could have gotten me. Yeah, the Switch port of Dragon's Dogma Dark Arisen is real nice. I've played all the way through it. I actually bought it on PS4 before getting the Switch one. though I never played it on PS4. But I do know that, like, yes, the Switch is a big jump from PS3 and 360. And yet, like, it was the next one I'd played after that, but it had been so long, like, I really find myself noticing all of the pop-in that they've got going on in the Switch port. It's a lot with all the vegetation and everything else. Like, it runs amazingly well for the, like, for the fact that it's on the Switch, it runs phenomenally. But, like, I don't know, it just leaves me feeling like I want more out of it. On the subject of Switch ports that run in ways that are surprising, Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles Remastered Edition. You know, it's a remaster of a GameCube game. It's still, for the most part, got the GameCube textures and everything. And it runs flawlessly on PS4, as you would expect for a GameCube game. But on Switch, when you're doing 4-player, especially in the areas with, like, rain and other environmental effects, it runs very poorly. Like, surprisingly poorly for a GameCube game. Makes me glad I got it on both PS4 and Switch, because, like, yeah, Switch I can play on the go, but if I want to be playing, say, everything in it, if I want to have a real good time of it, then PS4 is absolutely the way to go for that. Bailey, the answer to the question of how they got Witcher 3 to run on Switch lies in the term somewhere around 540p. Its resolution is less than stellar, and dynamic resolution has it staying less than stellar. Of course, I don't have personal experience with this. I haven't played Witcher 3 on any system. But from what I've read, on the subject of Witcher 3 on PC, it kind of amuses me. A lot of people were complaining about how Cyberpunk ran at launch, and I feel like every last one of those people is forgetting how poorly Witcher 3 ran at launch. Again, never played it for myself, but I mean, the amount of bugs Witcher 3 had when it first came out was enough that even I heard about many of them. It was not polished when it first came out. Yeah, the Demon's Souls remake is gorgeous. I mean, if you watched my my run of that game, There were a lot of points where it was hard to commentate because to do so would have required me to pick my jaw up off the floor. Now I'm just waiting on them to hopefully someday do either a remaster of Bloodborne or just do a PS5 patch that unlocks the frame rate, because games that are locked to 30 frames per second that were PS4 games but can now run on a PS5, there's no reason for them to be locked at 30 frames per second anymore. Let the games run at 60 on a PS5, please. The PS5 can handle it. It can handle it easily. I want my 60 frames per second. My impression on the remade Big Sky Manta boss is it's a visual spectacle. It's still not the most fun fight, but oh boy is it a visual spectacle. There's a lot of really neat touches that it brings, and yeah, it's just a cool experience. And now for an Uragan, dressed up in his finest suit, ready for a hot date. For the record, that is literally what a crystal beard Uragan is. Because Uragans, when they're trying to attract a mate, will decorate their shells with pretty rocks, gemstones and the like. And hey, guess what crystal beard Uragan has all over its face? Yeah. We are literally going out to prevent an Uragan from getting a date. All right, thanks for joining, Burton. And yes, Bailey, Flame Lurker does look amazing. And the fact that they've got physics simulation on individual particles, it's a visual spectacle. Dreamlord, the answer to your question is kind of. See, Black Diablos, if you go by the actual Japanese description, is a female Diablos, not who is in heat, but who is pregnant or who has just laid a clutch of eggs. So this is... Crystal Beard Uragan is a male Uragan that wants a date, rather than a female Uragan who has already had a date. Well, yeah, Black Diablos is a female Diablos who has already had a date. Dreamlord passcode is 0215. And yes, Bailey, PS5s are still unicorns. If you feel like paying an extra $300, you can get one from a scalper, but that's supporting a terrible industry and paying an extra $300 to do so. Unfortunately, yeah, there's just not much PS5 stock. They're theoretically gettable. Theoretically. But you can't walk into a store and get one. They are definitely not to that point. They still get snapped up from online stores in seconds. And yeah, apparently 10 to 15% of the US supply of PS5s has gone to scalpers. which really sucks. And yes, Bailey, we are in fact blue balling an Uragon. I got the disc edition for my PS5 for 2 reasons. One, I have 2 games for PS4 that are on disc, and I didn't want to become unable to play them. And 2, a PS5 with a disc drive is the best Blu-ray player you can get for the money. Like, if you want to get a better Blu-ray player, a better 4K UHD HDR Blu-ray player than a PS5 with a disc drive, you're going to be spending about twice as much and not getting a PS5 out of it. Digital edition is great, don't get me wrong. I do not own any physical PS5 games, but I do own Blu-ray discs, and I wanted to be able to play 4K Blu-rays. Alright, let's get going. Fight this Uragon. Get in the way of this hot date. Crab, you are entirely entitled to your opinion that you don't see a reason to get a PS5 this soon. For me personally, I just like the improved performance on PS4 games. Like, that alone has been enough to make me satisfied with my purchase. And also, the fact that I didn't have a 4K Blu-ray player before, yeah, I've gotten value out of my PS5, despite the fact that I only have 2 PS5 games. Of course, everyone's value propositions are different. For some people, having PS4 games run better isn't really a draw. Like, there's some people who will probably never touch a PS4 game again after getting a PS5. There's probably some people who never had a PS4 and thus don't care. There's people for whom their PS4 runs games totally fine enough. And there's people who couldn't care less about 4K Blu-rays. So, yeah. If you don't want a PS5, then be my guest. Don't get one. Save some for the rest of us. Well, not the rest of us. I've already got mine, but you know what I mean. Yeah, I was already running a solid-state drive in my PS4 Pro, so the PS5 isn't a huge boost to load speed for me. But for people who weren't running a solid-state drive, it's immense. Like, I've got a buddy who was running Iceborne on a standard PS4, not a PS4 Pro. The standard PS4 with a spinner drive, not solid state. It took him approximately 2 minutes to load into the Guiding Lands. And on a PS5, it takes me less than half that. So there are definitely load speed gains to be had going from a non-solid state PS4 or a solid-state standard PS4, because that doesn't get to use the full SATA 3 speeds. But if you're on a PS4 Pro with a solid state, you're not going to see many gains in terms of load speed. It'll be like a few seconds for PS4 games. Because PS4 games don't get to take full advantage of the PS5's SSD. They're not coded to... I mean, the big reason that PS5 games load things so fast is the system is literally telling the GPU to help with the loading. Like, it's pulling data through the CPU and GPU to accelerate loads. So for the PS5 UI question, I mean, it definitely had some bugs that needed to be worked out. Not bugs that I personally experienced, but like apparently, for example, if you had a PS4 game on a disc that also had a PS5 version with a free upgrade to the PS5 version, your system would still repeatedly try and install the PS4 version. But they fixed that. Yeah, if you take out the bugs that I never personally experienced, then it's just you need to learn to remap something in your brain. On a PS4, to get back to the menu, to get back to the home screen, it was a short press, and to bring up the menu, it was a long press. And that's reversed on PS5. And honestly, I think it makes more sense the way the PS5 does it. Like, it's a learning curve because it's the opposite of what it was. But it makes more sense because the quick menu is on the quick press and getting back to the home screen is the long press. That makes sense. Am I dropping frames? Apparently, yes. I have dropped 469 frames. 0.3% of the frames that there have been. So I don't know exactly when that happened, but it has happened. But I don't seem to be dropping any right this moment. Tried to parry the gas. Did not work. Oh, that's why my health is flashing. I need a cool drink. Good job severing the chip. I mean, with his chin broken like that, he's lost most of his gems. Like, there's no way this guy's getting a date now. Yeah, I'm using OBS, and yeah, it does have its moments. Oh, I see I've dropped a few more frames. Not many, though. But some. All I know is YouTube claims I have an excellent connection. No, it's not Hyper Rust Razor, it's just Hyper Scimitar. It's not a Deviant, just a standard Scimitar. Or standard Shogun Scimitar, I suppose, is more accurate. What do you mean CB kind of blows, Dreamlord? Nobody's using CB here. Or do you mean Crystalbeard? I guess that's also a CB. Yeah, Rust Razor is a really cool Deviant, except when it's in Gravios Skull mode. Because then it's just a laser turret. And we've already spoken on my streams of what those lasers are made of. There goes left claw. Am I being held in place by a phantom claw? And there goes right claw. Sorry, Stab Crab, you are out of claws. And this is me remembering to hydrate, because water is important. Arimari, the answer to your question is soon. Like, it's actually on the radar now. It was not on the radar until like a week ago, but it is now on the radar. Joke's on you, Bailey. I'm not using a Talca equipment other than the weapon. Only my weapon is a Talca equipment. Oh, this'll be a thing. No carding, people. And there's some insurance just in case. I would be using the Rust Razor Scimitar longsword, except for one thing, and one thing only. It doesn't have 3 slots. I mean, supposedly it's the best longsword in the game, but I would need to make a new armor set to actually make it work as well as this thing does. Well, Random Jess, I hope you're staying safe and warm, because I know there's definitely some people in this country, like especially around like Texas, who are having a real issue with the freak snowstorms right now and not having the infrastructure to deal with it. So yeah, hopefully you're staying safe and warm. I do enjoy how Deadeye Garuga in this game is basically fun Garuga. It's got more tells on its stuff. It's got at least somewhat better hitboxes. It's more fun than standard Garuga in this game. It would take until Iceborne for standard Garuga to be fun. Now, careful, Bailey. Deadeye Garuga is not a mutant. It's just a regular Garuga that didn't get as big as other Garugas and so had to improvise in its battle tactics in order to actually stand a chance at surviving. So it's not a mutant. It's just little Garuga full of anger. And that right there shows that the shock trap did its job. These sparklies are from, yeah, they're from Alteroths, not from Garuga. Well, I suppose there is some merit to calling this Garuga a mutant, given that its poison is much more potent than that of other Garugas. And that doesn't just happen because you're mad. Though maybe it actually kind of does, because, like, the younger a scorpion or a snake is, the more likely it is to inject more venom into you, because it doesn't know how to control its venom glands yet. So maybe this is just playing on that. It's small, so it injects more venom to try and keep itself safer. That actually makes sense. Well, now the back is the only break we have left, I think. We're probably not getting it. Yep. No back for us. Yeah, that is very lucky that it was a dry bite there, Bailey. And I'm glad it was, because, yeah, it's much better to have people here and able to talk about things than dying at 4 years old because of a snake bite. That wouldn't be fun for literally anyone involved. What is this Alteroth made of? There we go. Took 4 hits. Crab, back breaks are super easy to get as long as everyone is playing aerial style or bringing pierce guns. Yeah, why not? Also, the most dangerous thing that happened to me at preschool was I took a header into a bookshelf and got 6 stitches above my left eye, above my left eyebrow, actually. And yeah, that was the most dangerous thing that happened to me at preschool. I definitely did not experience any venomous snakes. This is going to be on Ingle Isle, isn't it? Yeah. Goodbye, traps. You will be missed. Oh, this isn't even... not the right flash set. Where is it? It's not extra LP. So this set? No. There's supposed to be a set where I've got, like, the stuff to make a million flashes. Where the heck did I hide it? Got bomb casings and flashbacks. Okay, so it's in my hyper monster set for some reason. What's insufficient? Mega pickaxes? I can live with that. Wait, what? I'm sorry, what? What do you mean my item box is full? What was going on just there? I definitely want the herbal meds. Also, I see I'm running into the issue that everyone who fights a lot of deviants will eventually face. I am running out of space in my item box. I'm gonna have to sell some stuff, and soon. Probably scraps. I don't need all of these scraps. Oh, and Horns coins. I have a few too many of those. Hang on a moment. I'm gonna sell a bunch of those right now. Kicking that problem down the road a little bit. Whoops, I forgot cool drinks. That's gonna be a problem. Unless someone has spares. Don't worry, guys, I found him. Wait, what the heck? I've got flash bugs and bomb casing, but not flash bombs. What? Was I a fool when I put this... Oh, I just rolled directly into that. But yeah, I think I was definitely a fool when I put this item set together. Well, now I've got the flashes. Rip. Rip. Just casually one-shotting people with fireballs. Ow. This fight's gonna become a lot easier the moment we break one wing. Oh, were you offering up little drinks that I didn't notice? Thought I saw a flash and heard a bit of a ping. There you are. Thank you. Kinda wish someone had a gun. That wasn't a life powder. There, just keeping you alive long enough for you to heal yourself. Doesn't help this boy's so big it's hard to reach the wings. Ow. Thank you. Thank you, Defender. Seriously, as soon as we get one wing broken, we can keep this guy on the floor. Yeah, I'm going. Uh-oh. Didn't realize I was running towards one of the explode rocks. There we go. I know it's a little bit outside the playable area, but we've got this wing to hit. And the less flying he does, the safer we are. I don't like the look of that. Oh, don't be rude. Rude. Ooh, tired boy. Rip. We were doing fairly well after the wing broke. And I bet if we could break a wing before getting 3 carts, then next time we would be able to bring him down, no problem. I'm going to post that again. But only because I think we've got a real shot at it. Defender saved my life more than once there, so I kind of want to keep it. This time I'll make sure I've got items that actually make sense to have. Did I seriously put away the flashes that I had here? Because they're in the set. Oh, I need to make more ancient potions. Nope. Alright, later, crab. Wait, I do have mega pickaxes. Okay. So why is this set called Flash Hard without having stuff to make more flashes? I don't understand. Okay, so paintballs can go. Dung bombs doesn't he have a pin? I know regular Rathalos does. I don't know whether Dread King does. I'll keep them just in case. I'll put up the room code in just a moment when I'm done getting everything ready here. I can't forget cool drinks. I need to remember cool drinks. I can probably ditch the urban blue mushroom, though. Alright, looks good to me. Now I'll pop up the hub ID. I'm going to go use the restroom real quick. And when I return, we will do this. Back in a bit. Hopefully with someone else joining. Hey there, Elias. Also, I was looking at chat before looking at the screen, and I was wondering what Wolfkinson meant by Butterfly Redmond, and yeah, now I see it. Oh, I'm really sorry to hear that, Dreamlord, but yeah, there's no but. I'm very sorry to hear that. It's never fun to lose a pet. I'm gonna save this item set. Wanted to have it be Dread King EX, but that won't fit. So just Dread King EX is the only one I have left. We'll know. Alright, so if nobody is joining, well, that means we're doing it just the three of us. Oh boy, this will be exciting. Oh, Copper's back. Or Copper is here. Not back. Copper is here. Yeah, I think let's get Copper in on this. Because why would we 3-man it when we could 4-man it? Oh boy, Gatherer. That's a useful skill. Oh, yeah, you gotta be HR 100 to join this, don't you? Don't worry, Copper, we'll get you in on a later hunt. Just stick around. We're not doing EX forever. Crab, get on in here. And Crazy Penguin, you are exactly right. Totally gonna gather this Rathalos to death. That's why I got Feline Gatherer. We got it this time. Streams like this are why I kind of wish that the Monster Hunter World style 16-player hub stuck around. Like, yeah, it's a little busier. It's harder to get a set group of 4 going over and over again, but being able to cycle people out and still have them, say, in the hub, hunting whatever they want, having a good time with each other, I like that. Basically, there's a little something that you lose, regardless of what the maximum number of players in a hub is. Rip. So Dread King's super giant explodey rock joins the Nakarkos laser in the Kills Through Valor Club. Delightful. Ooh. If we could get a mount, that would be a really easy knockdown. For a really easy wing break. Of course, he has to step backwards with each of those, though. Can't just stay next to the mounting rock. That would be too easy. That back hop fireball is easily the most dangerous part of this Dread King. Because it's basically a one-shot. Not necessarily always, but close enough to it. And it can come out of basically nowhere. Nice adept dodge. Gourmet fish are great. Natural recovery up. Fill all your red health. No worries. This is EX. It's designed to take people from alive to dead. Thanks, Defender. Okay, buddy, I'm gonna need you to not. And I'm gonna go ahead and be nowhere near that. Good job surviving there, Jojo. Yeah, if you're gonna be rude, at least be rude coming towards the mounting rock. You see what you're doing now is going away from the mounting rock. That's the opposite of what I asked for. Rip. Oh well. We tried. Kind of feel like doing just one more attempt and then moving on from Dread King. I have gotten insurance. I have also gotten drunk. Thankfully, this item box is instantly sobering. Dreamlord, Wide Range 5, and Gobbler 3 was a staple in my multiplayer sets in Monster Hunter World for a while. I heal-botted people through Tempered Joe back when that was the hardest thing that Base World had to offer. Dreamlord, the Mega Drugs, the Mega Demon Drug is fairly worth it. The Mega Armor Skin is not a huge increase. Like, a Mega Armor Skin on top of what I've already got would be like a maybe 2% increase in defense. Maybe. It's not a huge difference. Also, nice glaive. I expect to see a mount that lets us get a wing break. I don't know who you were doing that to, but... I'm sorry, did that bug just bounce? I wasn't aware that bugs could bounce. You're not allowed to have low health here. For a moment there, I almost felt really cool having dodged through the fireball, but then realized I still got hit. Well, this is less than ideal. And I dodged through the explosion. I am a champion. Alright, I am in Valor mode and have Unhinged Spirit ready. I'm totally ready for this mount to happen whenever. Excellent. All right, boys, let's get that wing. We did not get that wing. I am now sad. And also dead. Oh, hey, the wing's been got. Just gotta be careful around the fire-breathing end. Because that's where all the death comes from. And it can come from there with very little warning. Dang it, why'd you have to land? I was about to gather that sparkly, but then remembered that it's never going to be worth it. Like, sure, Dread King parts are nice to have, but it's probably just a tier, and I would very much be risking death to grab it. And that's just not smart. Yeah, I'm gonna hang out near not the face anymore. Not the face is a much safer place to be. Rip. Hey, that's odd. OBS decided to reset my dropped frames counter. Wonder what that was caused by. Okay, let's not do a no Carter if we're going to be having an HR-77 person come to join. All right, Elias, come on in. Also, Dreamlord, before you give any serious consideration to that pure healer set, please take note of the fact that most of those carts were one-shots. I really wish that Grimclaw Tigrex had the same color scheme in-game as its icon does. The blue and gray, it's really neat. But Grimclaw Tigrex in-game is still mostly just Tigrex, but with blue hands. All right, off we go. Yeah, Wolfkinson, I can never say bad things about Defender. Defender is a fantastic food skill that saved my life multiple times across multiple games. My 4U challenge run would have failed so many times if not for Defender. That poor Apsaris. Still alive, though. I remember back on Grimclaw 10 and Generations, that big paw slam that I just Valor dodged and got exploded by was a guaranteed kill. Time to go for a ride. Where's he gonna take me? We'll never know. I still wish that Iceborne T-Rex would roll around like that while mounted. It was one of the most delightful parts of T-Rex. And they ruined it. I'll be over here then. Keep on trying to parry, but pressing the button slightly too late. Rar to you too, buddy. Alright, that's one down. And there's number two. No. You didn't see anything. If I seem slightly distracted in my control at the moment, it's because my cat is attempting to pet herself using my right hand while it is still on my controller. She started off by trying to pull my hand off the controller and then decided that, oh no, just rubbing her face on it is enough if I'm not going to get my hand off the controller by myself. Ooh, nap time. Well, not a long nap time. pressed the button too early that time. Wolfkinson, a hammer must never apologize for launching someone away from the head. The head is the hammer's territory, and it is their right to assert dominance over everyone else trying to be there. Not going anywhere this time, huh? And there we go. Full brakes on this one. Was a sparkly around here, and it was exactly here. I mean, Crazy Penguin, at least in Monster Hunter World, flinch-free, you can become mostly unflinchable with a single point. A single decoration, even. It's a lot harder to get flinch-free in this game. Yeah, Crab, if you're hammering in multiplayer in Monster Hunter World, 1 point of flinch free is mandatory. Absolutely mandatory. Well, Dreamlord, you don't get dibs on the head as a punish draw user unless you tell people that you have punish draw. You cannot assume that people are looking at your skill list. Well, looks like it's Glavinus time. Nah, you can stick around, Elias. And I'm using this time to give my cat all the petting she so clearly requires. Hopefully I can manage to give her enough. Of course, I know that I cannot. There's never enough petting for this cat. Well, she's still super into it, so she's probably gonna bug me again during this quest. But hopefully she'll be sated at least for a little bit. Hi, cats. Yeah, the Akantar Greatsword is just one of those weapons that has a really cool look to it, but stats that make it almost unusable. I found the spicy Glavinus. I see Copper's breaking off from the group, wants to be on camera. Can't blame him. surprisingly close, but also surprisingly far. Rude. Yeah, I should have held off on that dive. Rip. Well, I guess let's focus on the standard Glavenus until it is down, and then we can all do the spicy one. Oh, there's a bit of a delay between the audio and visual. Not sure what I can do to fix that. I'll see if there's something I can do post-quest. It's possible that the issue is just on YouTube's end. Like, sometimes issues like that can be fixed with a refresh. Because, to be honest, YouTube's streaming of live streams is imperfect. So it's possible that a refresh will fix it. If it doesn't, then yeah, I'll look into it post-quest. We have both levels of spice in the same place. I like how they both grab their tails at the same time. Would have been nice if I was close enough to land even one of those hits. Yeah, no worries, Crab. It's a fairly common thing if you're watching streams on YouTube. Yeah, as time goes on, the video and audio do have a tendency to desync a little bit. But refreshing will often fix the issue. That's a hot tail. And that's a knot tail. Thanks, Cephalos. Okay, that time the Cephalos actually did help me. I don't care. Wish I had mulberries. I don't like water blight. What a cooperative Glavenus. Rip. No cards left. Tail's too high up. There you go. Go to town. Good mount. I gotta say, having mount finishers for each weapon is one of the best ideas Monster Hunter World had for finishing mounts. It's just really cool having each weapon do its own unique thing to actually knock the monster down. Kind of a shame that's going away in Rise, but Rise has its own unique thing going on that's also pretty fun. So, something tells me we're not getting this tail. Okay, this way. Hey, guard. It's true that not all mount finishers were created equal. The Charge Blade and Switch Axe mount finishers were created much better than the rest. Damage-wise, they are the two strongest by a pretty wide margin. Hey, Lace, try and take the tail off, not the face. Okay, that's fine. I mean, I know there's a delay between when I say things and when they happen anyway. I just would have tried to take the tail off. No worries. Yes, hello, cat. I know you need petting. My armor skills are, that. High grade earplug, sharp +2, challenger +2, and weakness exploit. Not doing a single fainter. Not doing EX Soul Seer. I don't want to do this. But I also kind of want to do this. Ah, Feline Strong Cat is going to make all the difference for this quest. Yeah, the Dread King set should work just fine here, too. Now this is how one wrestler would end another wrestler's career. Yo, thanks, Wolfkinson. Glad you enjoy the content, Wolfkinson. Congrats on your platinum trophy, guard. So, fun fact, I don't enjoy fighting either one of these monsters. And we're fighting both of them. Quest text said, watch out for a Thunderlord joining the fray, but it's the one that's here to begin with. I forgot, it starts off in supercharged mode when it's at high levels. You know, there are some people who really like how Thunderlord's Nogre looks, but to me, aesthetically, it has always been a downgrade from standard Zinogre. I'm not a fan of the big asymmetrical horn. I'm not a fan of the lime green shell. I'm not a fan of the golden lightning. Not a fan of this super long arm fur. There is no change that they made to its appearance that I feel is an upgrade over standard Zinogre. But that's just like my opinion, man. Teaching this dog to roll over. Well, that's the fastest G5 Thunderlord I've ever had. Then again, the only other G5 Thunderlords that I'm aware of having done was the one that I soloed on my Japanese file. And of course that wouldn't be this fast. I can live without a Wyvern Tear. That's just a Zinogre Lash, but it's better than a Wyvern Tear. And I've got energy drinks. Guard, Odin is not the god of thunder. That would be Thor? Also, this is a Monster Hunter stream. I believe if you're hearing loud thunderclaps without clouds in the sky, you should be blaming a Kirin. That face sword still terrifies me. And Copper has experienced why. Oh good, the face sword is temporarily disabled. Well, that sucked. Let's go ahead and drink this. Or not. Thanks, Wind Effect. But also thanks everyone else for the life powders and stuff. Real neighborly of you. Yeah, Guard, you're not wrong. It is basically Monado Buster. Does that mean that the Vortex is Monado Eater? I'm glad that went off before I ran out of guard juice. Stamina, that's the stuff. Nope. Rip. Nope. Stay down. Oh, never mind. That's not the attack I thought it was. That's the attack that I had thought it was. Oh, nice. I'm so glad that I was invulnerable for that. There we go. Oh, hello. One of these days I'll stop getting new items. Yeah, thanks for joining, Elias. So we are going to have an open slot. I do enjoy seeing bonus tickets. Well, that makes 2 of the Deviant Fated 4 who I've got EX unlocked for. Not doing that, not doing that. This, on the other hand. And there's the hub ID for anyone who wishes to join. Yeah, those KOs are a team effort. You're both contributing. Nobody? Cleansers, that's right. Anything else? I'm gonna have myself a meal, then I'll pop up the room ID for just another minute or two. And then we'll go with or without a full group. Uh-oh, I'm gonna get Game Changer. Better look out for a new Conlos here. Alrighty, so having this Hunter Hub ID up for another, let's say, 2 minutes. And then, with or without a full group, we'll go. Passcode is still 0215. Crab, it's up to you whether you come back. I won't force anyone to leave any rooms they're in to just join a room I'm in. Guard, you are correct. Chameleos is the most adorable Elder Dragon. And welcome back, Carlos. Chameleos would be a really good fit for Rise. I wouldn't be surprised to see it come back. Though I'm still going to call it for the returning Elder Dragon that has been absent for a few games. I am calling Yamatsukami. The vegetation on its back looks an awful lot like the vegetation in the Shrine Ruins. It's got the Japanese-themed armor. Rise gives us new vertical mobility options. Just everything points to Yamatsukami being able to make a great comeback. Right, I brought demon drugs and armor skins. Rip. Have fun on your adventure. Yeah, it is a really big Tigrex. Always fun when you get the tail cut with the last hit of the combo. Just feels right. Everyone knows you have to parry sound. I feel like the hitbox should have been active a little sooner than it was there. That always feels good when you parry a monster and it freaking gets the flinch. Feels great. And there's a rabbit. Oh man, if we were to Sonic the Rabbit right then, it would have fallen down for so long. Well, so much for my cleanser. I'm fine. Don't worry about me. Got cleansers for days. Did not bring flashes. But then again, Tigrex parts don't matter that much. I can live without them. Yeah, this Snow Baron does look like it might be on the small-ish end. I don't think it's going to be a gold small, but it's certainly smaller than average. Which means we will never see its true size, because this game doesn't believe in showing us true sizes for anything that isn't a new record. I swear that's the best feature that they left to rot in Gen 3. The world deserves to know what size every single thing it hunts is. Did I seriously just use a Mega Potion instead of a First Aid Med Plus? I am a fool. Do it. What a jerk. And the fact that it got me with a tremor and then just the little poke that is the roll. Like, come on, if you're gonna hit me, at least hit me with something worth being hit by. Kind of weird how this is probably, well, not probably. In my opinion, this is the most annoying monster in this quest. Hands down. Got the flinch with a parry. And now, while we wait for this Gammoth, I am going to hydrate. You don't want to overhydrate. People die from that. But you don't want to underhydrate. People die from that. What you want to do is find the exact right amount so that you neither die nor experience unpleasantness. Easiest deviant is probably Drill Tusk Tetsukabra. Hardest deviant... That's a tough question. It depends on hard in what way. Because, like, Bolt Reaver Astalos, I absolutely hate soloing. It is my least favorite deviant to solo. In a group, it's probably Thunderlord, but then again, we did that one super quick. So I guess it depends on the group. Yeah. Basically everything depends on the group. Except for Drill Tusk, he's just easy. Don't use that anymore. Have fun up there. Shame the trunk has to be where we can't reach it. Okay, this is the snowplow. I gotta get out of the way before the thing kills me. It's a cool move. It's just kind of silly how it's got like a 3-year windup, but it kind of needs it in order to do as much damage as it does and have it not be utterly stupid. Alright, there goes the right foot. The front. I was seriously able to sharpen in the time between when it started charging that move and when it actually started moving. That's how long of a wind-up that move has. Looks like that was the left foot that just broke. That just broke, not that just break. Come on, Glamour. So very tremory. And there we go. Also, looking back at chat, yeah, if we're talking about soloing the Deviants, then absolutely Bolt Reaver Astalos is the hardest for me. Because it's a big jerk and it hits me way too often with its face sword. But if there's other targets, it's a lot easier for me to avoid. Congrats on your Tigrex mantles, Dreamlord. I'm going to say you got them because I decided to not carve the Tigrex. Totally my fault. Definitely not RNG or anything. Oh. Well, I guess I've got enough Elderfrost Hunter 5 tickets now. Oh, Warren Switch X. Dreamlord, we actually, as far as I'm aware, we don't have any official data on male gameths. We're doing it. What am I forgetting? I have to be forgetting something. The question is what? I guess Mega Dash Juice wouldn't hurt. I put sour cream on a spud? What? Did I eat something that involved taters and sour cream? All right, here we go. Who needs alchemy style when you can mix all of these liquids inside your stomach? Oh, it's a biggin. Oh, it's a biggin. Dreamlord is lace, right? Yeah, lace is the one without cougars. Here you go, lace. Clearly, I chose the perfect place to be holding those out. Opportunity to use a Sonic on Bloodbath? Yes, please. On EX Bloodbath, no less. And that's a mad bloodbath. Ouch. Ooh, nice flinch. Oh, come on. Stopping short so I can't parry. Nice horn break. Well, no Sonicking this one. Back in rage. I apologize for not looking at chat right now, but there's kind of a Bloodbath Diablos over here. I was a little late on that flash. Right, we should save the mount until after Phase 2 starts. That would be smart. Make Phase 2 last less time, or at least have less time able to do mean things. Two opportunities to Sonic this thing. Oh no, my battery. Well, the Sonics are worthless now. All right, that's what, 5 mount hits total I've gotten so far? Rip. Well there. Who said you could come back? Oh boy, we're doing this again, are we? Not going for me. Okay. Was really worried for Lace there, but that absolute evasion absolutely helped. Oh, come on, don't dive. We need you out and about. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Okay, I am glad I didn't get punished for that Superman dive. Okay. That was a risk I took using that flash. If I was just a little later, I would have been creamed. All right, we got the horn. As long as it's not doing that move to me, I'm totally cool with it. Flinch. Not gonna be close to that. Rip Carlos. And there's the tail. Which means we've only got the leg breaks left. The leg breaks that I often forget exist. Ooh, nice. Very nice. Excellent. Don't know how I got hit, but whatever. There's one leg break on the right leg. Don't know what just happened to me, or... Well, I mean, someone hit me with a hunter art. Don't know what art it was. Nice! That's a really fun fight. And we did it fairly clean, too. Well done, everyone. And of course, all the charms are trash. Yup. Gold larger. And yeah, I know EX is always big, but still, it's big. So let's see, what have we not done today? We haven't done these. What else? We didn't do Night Cloak because it would have been a no-carder. We didn't do Soulseer because that's at EX and I don't want to. But I think we can handle a Night Cloak. Yeah, Dreamlord, it definitely seems to go into Phase 2 at a higher health threshold than regular. Considering regular Bloodbath goes into it at, I believe it's 30%. And here we go. Oh, right, there's items. This isn't EX. This looks like a big owl. Looks like a really big owl. It always kind of bugged me how they made Nightcloak Malfestio actually do less confusion than standard Malfestio. Like that big old ploomp. It doesn't leave behind a cloud of confusion. It just does the one puff of it, and that's it. It's actually been a long time since I fought a Nightcloak Malfestio. But Guard, have you never heard that imitation is the sincerest form of flattery? And that's full brakes on this bird. So now we're just allowed to see it at basically all times. Well then. Nice aim, Malfestio. We didn't paint it. Okay. Oh no, my battery is still low. Who would have seen that coming? After this hunt, I need to remember to actually plug in. And now, I will use this time to plug in my controller. Alright, we're plugged in. Took some doing to actually find the cord. It was buried under a bunch of other cords. Only silver? Come on. Alright, there's no delaying it any further. Do I wish I had poison res? Yeah. Am I gonna go in without it anyway? Yeah. Dreamlord, G-Rank Dread Queen is just deadly poison everywhere, all over, until you get her tail broken. Then it's noxious poison everywhere, all over. And while people are readying up, I'm going to use the restroom real quick. Back in a bit. Okay, I am back. So let's go play with some queens. Also, that's the thing about hydrating regularly. It means you also need to get rid of your hydration regularly. Truly, human anatomy is a cruel, cruel thing. I was not paying attention to where this quest was going to take place. That's the tiny cave. That's a weird place for Dread Queen to be, but okay. Something I will never forget is the way, or the time at which deviants are first introduced in Generations. Because, like, there's some that they let you fight starting in low rank. Except if you try and actually fight them in low rank gear, they will destroy you. Dread Queen was one of them. And it always kind of put me off fighting her. Because, like, yeah, the second time I tried fighting her, I was in high-rank Glavenus armor. So, you know, it certainly higher level gear than what you can have when they first let you start fighting her. By quite a bit. And she was still hitting me for 2/3 of my health. I think that has definitely affected my opinion and estimation of her fight. Just that fact. His tail's too high up. There we go. Well done. That delayed explosion. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Before the Genprey. Oh, the Genprey stole your cool drink. Totally. That feel when you try to parry something, but you don't have anything in either of your meters? Oh, wait. Lace has a cool drink. Never mind. We're good. We're all good. Gave Carlos a cool drink, but they haven't even drunk it. Oh, that's right. The freaking taunt leaves behind spikes that have deadly poison. Not for very long, apparently. The poison wore off real quick, but still. I don't like it when the deadly poison spikes get left behind. That's a busted wing, which means she can be flashed. Not that I have any flashes with me, but it's a thing. So close. Really, lady? Well, at least she dove down right into it. And there's the tail break. No more deadly poison for us. Just noxious. And noxious isn't really that bad to deal with. Nice. Dang it, the cut happened on the penultimate hit, not the ultimate. And thus I am forced to be sad. Truly, this is a bad day for me and all mankind. Good job flying 2 areas, Rathian. Got the face break, so now her face is actually soft. I bet she's gonna go right back where she came from. What do you know? No, you won't. She's not sleeping. Also, that was 1 hit from me. Means if I had actually timed my parry right to get a parry off of her wind pressure when she was standing up. Oh, giving it back, I see. Thanks. Yeah, if I had gotten a parry off of her wind pressure as she was flying away, she wouldn't have flown away. If only I were better. Well, here's the thing, Dreamlord. Technically, all poison is toxic. Also, the official name used in the in-game help menu or whatever specifically calls it out as noxious poison. So, noxious it is. I go by what the games call things. All right, time for repeats. I mean, we could do a no Carter Dread Queen G3, but let's do a no Carter Red Helm G4. I mean, he's in the thumbnail, so we gotta do him more than the other deviants, at least in terms of cleared quests. Oh boy, I got Feline Specialist. I'm gonna do so good with my abnormal status attacks with this weapon. I'm gonna have to take stock of what deviants I've got at what levels. Because I think I'm getting close to having them all at least G4. Yeah, Wolfkinson, toxic and poison is a move. The status that it causes is actually badly poisoned. Which just rolls off the tongue, badly poisoned. Wait, bear starts in the river. No, bear does not start in the river. Yeah, Wolfkinson, as far as the display goes, they both just say poisoned when something is poisoned in Pokemon. But when the badly poisoned is applied, it says that they've been badly poisoned. All this Pokemon talk has me hungry for Monster Hunter Stories too. Nice Rathalos sword. Iconic AF. Oh, I prefer the look of Pale Kaiser. It's just not as iconic. Thanks for helping me over to this side. This is a big bear. Crab, I can't blame them for not giving us updates on Stories 2. Stories 1 didn't sell very well at all in the US, and they kind of want to focus on Rise right now, which, can you blame them? Once Rise is out, I'm sure they'll tell us, like, what sort of cross-compatibility it's going to have with Stories 2. And that's where I think they'll start ramping up the Stories advertisement at least a little bit. I still don't expect them to do a whole lot of advertisement for Stories 2, because, again, it's a more niche title. And there's also the fact that it's an RPG, so really how much advertising can they do without spoiling the story? So yeah, I'm sure they'll do what they can when they can, but I don't expect to see anything more about Stories 2 before Rise comes out, because otherwise they'd be stepping on Rise's toes. Let's get this Mohawk. Oh, we got the hands and the Mohawk. Excellent. Nice KO. Speaking of things that are based on Monster Hunter stories, the Monster Hunter Riders mobile game that's Japan exclusive, it had an exclusive pendant for Monster Hunter World Iceborne, where if you played enough of Riders and also were playing Iceborne on a Japanese copy for the PS4, you could enter a code to get a special pendant that's a rider on a Kirin just floating in midair behind your weapon for reasons, I guess. And in, 3-4 days, that's actually going to become available to absolutely everyone for free, including people in the US who never had the opportunity to play Monster Hunter Riders. Oh. Bye, Lace. Well, at least Lace doesn't have much solo work to do. Ah, yes, of course. The sparkly was honey. Dreamlord, I have to assume that what happened was probably some manner of witchcraft. You probably offended the wrong fey creature in the wrong forest at the wrong time. But it probably won't repeat? Oh, your whole Switch crashed. Excellent. Oh, bye, Carlos. Well, Wolfkinson, I guess it's just you and me now. Oh no, my item box is full. There. Well, as much as I would like to keep going, with everyone disconnecting like flies and me needing to do some actual item box cleaning, I think this might actually be a good point to end this stream. So, yeah, I think that's what we're going to do. Thanks, everyone, for coming along. Thanks for hunting. Thanks for watching. Thanks for chatting. Thanks for doing whatever it is you did. Thanks for being you. And I will see you folks in the next stream or the next video or whatever. I don't know when I'm streaming next, but it will be as soon as I can. I know that much. I've got a shiny new PC with which to do some streaming, so yeah. I want to put that thing through its paces. And once again, thanks everyone for dropping by. See you next time.